Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it. And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 48 on the racing calendar, down to 4 race days left in the 2021 meet. Let's take a quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, jockey Jorge Coreno was. He started off the night winning the first 3 races, putting him on top at 77. Then Antonio Whitehall put together a couple nice wins, getting 2 of them back-to-back, both aboard Jerry Gorno horses that he was the top trainer with those 2 wins. And then we seen Call the Cops in the JW Sifton go wire to wire, going the mile and 1/8 for jockey Leroy Nelson and trainer Elton Dickey. And on the racetrack, looked pretty fair again, Stretch. I was watching the tractor again. I'm the tractor watcher, it seems. And the track looks like it's going to play the same as the last 2 days. The Harrows look exactly the way it did yesterday. As the mud goes over the screen at the back, that's what I pay attention to. And I've caught it the last couple days that it was the same. So 3 days in a row, Stretch, what did you see?
Well, this should be pretty easy picking winners then if it's the same every day, don't you think? No.
Wow. Yeah,
no,
okay.
Yeah, no, not a chance. Yeah, the trends continue. Fast times. If you were controlling speed, you were tough to beat. Yesterday was probably one of the chalkiest days or the favorites all year. There's some low payments on the payouts on the sequence bets, but some of the triactors and trifectas were certainly paid well. And the reason I kind of mentioned about all the chalks and everything, you've got to adjust to the card. So yesterday did look like a lot of favorites that were probably going to win. And as you know, Kirt likes to look for the long shots, but then other times he recognizes, yes, this horse is probably the winner, and then you've got to adjust. So instead of, as a long shot player, you got to realize favorites win 33% of the time. So if you only bet long shots, you're already behind. So it's okay to bet place. You know, we both had some nice place bets that have paid well. Or, for example, look at the stake race yesterday. $6 horse wins it. The other 2 underneath were both not even big long shots. Both Kirt and I had one of them. And it paid $64 for a $1 try in a 6-horse field. And it's like, who doesn't like 64 to 1? And then also, don't try to hit that home run every race. Sure, everybody wants to make the $1,000 on a race, but maybe do that over 5 or 6 races or build it up. Kirt's $10 try maybe on that 64. Well, that's a quick $640. Not quite 1,000, but still on one race. Even if you don't want to spend 10, spend 5, and that go from there. So, anything to agree or disagree on that, Kirt?
Yeah, I agree with you on the favorites. Some of them you just can't see getting beat, but it all depends what you think the race is going to play out, whether speed's going to do well or closers are going to do well. If the favorite is speed and you see 5 of them in there with speed and 10-horse field, well, I'm not going after that speed horse unless I know that he is going to clear. And if I don't think he is, I might even throw him out altogether and then go bombs away hunting. But still, in saying that, you have to choose between the other 5 horses that are the bigger money horses. So it still comes down to a guessing game in the end. So you just got to have a little bit of a battle plan, as Stretch said, because if you're throwing darts at those long shots, might be a long time in between wins.
Good point to add. All right. Yeah, we've got hopefully find some value plays, or at least give out some information. If you don't like our picks, you can always just understand some of the information. Kirt's brought, you know, he talks about the tractor and some various other things and conditions, and I try to throw in some figures in there. So hopefully you learned something from that, and I'm ready to finish off final 4 racist cards of the meet there. Kirt?
All right, Stretch, so here we go. We're going to kick it off with the 91st running of the Winnipeg Futurity for 2-year-olds. They're going to go 6 furlongs. The undefeated Diamond Digger in here. Stretch, did you bet against him?
Well, I've got him listed on top. I mentioned after the second race, I thought he was the best 2-year-old at the track. Continues to improve. Last start, I didn't think he improved as much, but still looked really good. Got him on top. It shows everything there. I am going to have a horse that's going to give him a little bit of a run, and that's the 4. I think we've talked about the improvement after each start. This horse had a big improvement after the second start. Some good, solid numbers. Maybe if the 1 gets in an all-out battle, they are going the 6 furlongs. And maybe because we've seen that the 4 can come off the pace, which I like for 2-year-olds. Maybe, like I said, so far what I've seen, the 1 is the best 2-year-old. And then the last one is the 5. Running well, just not quite at the 1's level. Makes nice moves, going to be an absolute good horse to own and probably eventually win some stake races. So, Kirt, I've got it 1-4-5.
Yeah, I'm with you on Diamond Digger, looking for 4 in a row. Has speed in here. Thirsty Ears was the one that showed speed last time out, but Diamond Digger still had some left in the tank at the end. But I think this one's going to be a little bit tougher with Kirt and the 2-horse and the 4-horse Cordillera in here. Both of those do have some good talent. So it really adds to this field, but I still think that Diamond Digger is the best. Cordillera, this horse showed speed, as Stretch said, first time out, but that off the pace stability, second time, that really impressed me, and I really liked the horse last time out and got it done. I expect it to move forward off of that race. Favorite, this horse definitely comes rallying in the end. Would love to see the 1, 2, and 3 battle it out to show its late running style. But I'm with Stretch. I have it down to 3 horses in here, 1, 4, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $3,500 claimer. For fillies and mares, 3 and up, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, who do you got in here?
All right, yeah, good filly and mare race. I've got no standouts in here. I think many of them can win. I'm looking at who's running well right now this time of year. Just go with the hot hand. As long as you're not moving up too high, then you're probably okay. This is the one we touted last time and ended up winning, and that's the 5. I thought it woke up the last couple races, has the back class, and actually might just be rounding into form now. Remember, this horse was off a year, and so now not a lot of starts for being that long. Some have been going all year long. I expect it to sit off the pace, potential pace battle up front, and I think at 10-1, even 8-1 is a good value. So that's why it's my top selection there. Second choice is the 3. What a smart ride last time by Carino. He just sat back, made that big move, and then took over from there and then kind of hung on. But we didn't think that horse could do that, and did. And so I think that puts that horse right up there. And then the last one, I thought Anar War. There we go.
Anwara, okay.
That's the one.
I was wondering who you were talking about in there.
That's why I usually just say the 2. The 2. We're going to stick with the 2. Last time moved early and usually sits back. I didn't like the change in running style because I think this horse is better just sitting back. And because of that, I think the horse is now going to improve off that effort after trying something a little bit different. Has been a long season, 14 starts though, but I think can certainly be in the mix. So I've got it 5-3-2.
Yeah, I also like Anwara and Hey Hey Runaway in here. But on top, I put number 1, Bella Galena. She has run 2 big races in a row. 2 outs ago, did beat Hey Hey Runaway and Quietly Quick rather convincingly by a length and a half, and then came back to run a very good second to Gold Diggin' Darlin', who put 2 wire-to-wire wins together, and you weren't going to beat her off those 24-second first quarters. I think there is going to be some pace in here. You have Karamia Mine on the outside. Wits Gatto has some early foot, as does Hey Hey Runaway. So I expect those 3 to heat it up a little bit. Bella Galena has been off almost 6 weeks coming into this race, but Tom Gardapi Jr. does very well with his mares at the end of the year, and off those last 2 races and some speed battling that could happen, this horse could get an absolute dream trip. So that's why I put it on top. Hey Hey Runaway, great ride by Carreno, as Stretch said, and I think should be able to run a big race in here. And Anwara, yes, coming off the pace today would be much more effective. This horse has won all its races coming off of it. Tried something different, didn't work out. Go back to coming off of it, better chance to win. That's why I'm taking 1, 3, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. $2,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of the year. Again, going 5.5 furlongs stretch. What do you like?
Well, I think for the jackpot, we're going to sneak over the 250,000 today. We've got close, and just how the betting pattern, we're actually going to start seeing the numbers move, but it hasn't taken long to get to that. Anyway, kicking it off, I think it is going to be a good sequence. It's probably going to pay a little more than yesterday because there are some tougher races. I'm gonna start with the 6. I think the horse is sitting on a win. Yes, the horse does get can get too far back at times, and that's what's up against him, but is dropping from the 5. There's so tough horses in there. It was going to make it really tough. My bit of concern was at 5.5, but if you look at that race, the horse was closing on Hot Roddin. Hot Roddin is one of those speed balls, and if he had been a little bit closer, might have even got him in there. So that's why I could take this horse at the 5.5. And then my second choice is going to be the 2, which is a horse potentially that could steal it in here. If the horse gets loose, won't have to deal with some of the speed that it has run against in there. There's Wallowitz in there, and even American League can show some speed in there. So drops to the right spot. If the horse gets up front, could get brave. And then the last one is kind of one of those horses that you don't leave out in the tries, and that would be Greeley's Spirit. Is staying in this level, and so you got to be careful with these type. But if maybe the 2 can't carry the speed and the 6 isn't right, horse could get up. But so I'm going to leave it at 6-2-1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I don't see a lot of speed in here. Empirical Data and Tally are the ones with the most early foot in here, but I think Empirical Data has a little bit more. So I think it's going to be the chasing game, slowing it down on the front end with Caleb Pizarro aboard Empirical Data. So I think Cyclone Dan's going to have a hard time getting there. That's why I don't have him in my top 3, but I do have number 5, Warren's Dirty Dancer. I was able to get this horse last time out at over 7-1, and I think it's just going to get the exact same kind of trip sitting behind Empirical Data and Tally. It last time out ran absolutely huge, as Bear Me a Moment trying to get that win. We seen a Nair come back yesterday at the $1,500 level and ran a very good second to a $5,000 dropper over Analyzer. So Warren's Dirty Dancer, I think, fits really well in here and has run 3 good races. The 1 2 outs ago was the worst one, but battled on the front end. And I said if this horse comes back off the pace like it did in the previous start, this horse has a huge shot to win, got it done. I think this horse is ready for a repeat effort. I do like Empirical Data. This horse could open up on the field as it goes back to the Tom Gardepie barn. And Greeley's Spirit, the 1, has been running well and pretty well all year long. So if the speed starts folding, we'll be rallying ahead of Cyclone Dan. That's why I ended up with 5-2-1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. 5.5 furlongs once again. Stretch, who do you got on top?
Well, this is as tough a 5 non-3 as you can get. I think at different times you take put one of them in here, the horse would probably be about $4 on the board. Mark this down for next week. Anything that comes out of this race might get an easier race if they're holding one next week.
We do have one going 5 furlongs.
Oh, there we go. Look at that inside, giving you the heads up. That's why you're there. Good stuff. So we do know that speed has been holding all week, but that's when there's been lone speed or kind of loose speed. I think there's a big duel in here between the 3 and the 5, and they dueled last time, but they were only going 5 furlongs. Now they're going 5.5, so I've got to find that closer, and so I'm going to go to the 6 in here. Bad news. This horse was basically in a different time zone last time. Basically, there was no chance for this horse to get up being that far back, but made a really good move and then finished up so well. I just think he's in the right class level, right distance, and then at 6-1, I've got to take a shot at him. Just get that duel, and if the speed backs up. If not, then he won't get there. Then continuing with this, notice who I've got in second. Kirt has fallen for the trap. I just saw his picks. You'd think he'd learn, but hey, that's okay. We'll discuss that as the show goes along. as my notes say, don't get caught putting him on top spot, and sure enough, I see Kirt right there. This horse ran a big race last time, absolute big race. I guess it's certainly possible. The other two duel, he passes him, and he won't see anybody in sight, and he'll just keep going. It is the horse you got to use, but maybe not a big win bet. And then the third horse I am going to go, or the 5 is my third choice. Jared Brown is really good, good trend on third start. I've seen horses improve. Kate's Princess ran a big one second, and even better third, to name one of them. Does have to deal with pucker, but dealt with pucker last time off a layoff. I think this time, you know, the odds are going to be a little bit low, running a bunch of starts, but horse has the figures, so I've got it 6-2-5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I see the same pace set up, the 3 and 5, going to battle it out on the front. So they should secure some pretty good fractions. Last time these horses met was going 5 furlongs. Now they get to step it up to 5.5. So with that battle ensuing, I did go to the closer, Strong Arm on top, because Stanley Chady Jr., both the 2 and the 6, both broke out of the gate in a tangle. Took a while to get going. Stanley Chady Jr. used a lot more horse to keep up to the pack, and then was coming at him at the end with a shot to win, where Richard Mangley aboard Bad News, he just sat back there, waited, and came with the late run. So it looked like he did a lot better, but I think Strong Arm was used a lot more in the race to try and get it done in there. So I'm looking for Strong Arm to get a better break today, sit in a stalking roll, and then pounce on him late. I think today's the day. I also like number 3, Pucker, who ran huge last time out. Did get caught late by doubling Yin's money, but if Jorge Carreno lets Pucker loose again today, he just might go a lot farther, and it'll be tougher to catch today. So it has switched barns since the last start, and it goes to a good barn from the last one. So I think Pucker is the speed if you want to play it. And Bad News, I'm with Stretch. Terrible break. And Richard Mangley, it seemed like he didn't know what to do. He sat back, but he started riding at the 3/8 pole, made up all kinds of ground, and finished with horse in the end. Both of them get a good break, the 2 and the 6. They could be there like Stretch has them on top, but I'm taking 2, 3, and 6. Now we're carrying on to race number 5, a $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-2-lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs, another wide open race. Stretch. What do you have?
I agree with you completely. Yeah, it's a tough race. I think any one of the 6 on their best day in here can win the race. So that's always makes it tough when you're trying to pick a winner. I am taking the favorite hesitantly. I don't like taking a favorite when it's wide open on this one, but I just saw enough numbers and just who the horse has been running against that I've got to use the horse. The horse tried stake races early on and ran okay in a couple of them. Last race was wide open against, or the allowance going against the boys with Mr. Snickers. That makes it tough. There's numbers there that make this horse competitive. There's early on, even the numbers would take over. It's tough. I'm certainly not making the big bet on this horse, or don't take to the bank. My second choice would be the 2, back to the 6 furlongs, which is the key for this one. That August 31st race, speed holding, Kirt called the top 2 because he felt the speed would run away all the way around the track, and sure enough, that's what happened. This horse tried to be a little bit closer. Won't have to be that to try to keep up. Runs back to that July 20th race, certainly can make that move and take over. And then the last race, this one I thought Kirt might have, and that's the 3. Didn't look like a racehorse for the first start, or the last couple, and then didn't look interested, and then finished for some run. Goes back to that June race, watch out. But Kirt, take it from there. I got 5, 2, 3.
Yeah, I see Home Early Shirley going out to the lead again, but it is 6 furlongs today, so it's going to be a tougher task. Remy Rising Star sitting close. So I'm looking for a rallier in here. I could have went to number 5, Fire on Command, but she hasn't shown me that she wants to win. I look at these horses, and they have to really show me something there in their last few starts that they really want to be there, and Fire on Command hasn't showed it to me. So I went to number 3, Outclassed You, broke the maiden for maiden allowance in the first start. Since then, it's fizzled, has run against Fire on Command, not showed a lot, but what it did show last time out was dead last at the 3/8 pole. I was calling the race pretty well. Outclass You isn't going to beat the tractor, I'd like to say, when the horse does run last. And then all of a sudden down the lane, this horse made up a pile of ground and finished with horse. And that was only 5 furlongs. Now gets a 6 furlongs today. So if Remy goes after home early, surely, or maybe if Fire in Command even shows a little bit of speed, then it sets up for a closer. So Outclass You 15-1 with the top rider. I also like number 4, Chickle Sparks. How would Truly and Terrific look in this field? I'll tell you, 1-9. 1-9, and would horrify these. So that was a good race by Chickle Sparks, even though it ran 3rd, beaten 7 3/4. The time before that, beat Truly and Terrific, lost to Babylon Will Fall with a troubled trip. So here's another one at good odds, 10-1, and I put Remy Rising Star in 3rd. Always comes to play, but beat last time out in a tough beat, and the time before that in another tough beat, battling it on the front end. So that's why I'm not putting it on top, because it did get beat. Murray Duncan is doing very well with his horses and winning with them with ease. That's what this horse did to start off with, and just kind of doesn't look the same now. So I got it in 3rd, so 3, 4, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a $2,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Stretch, what do you got?
Just want to check to see if the 7 is scratched. Is the 7 running?
Is a 7 running? Which one?
This one right here. The one that you don't have. The
she's
one
a
that you don't have on anywhere in your picks.
$5,000 dropper? No.
Correct. Here we go.
I left out a lot of favorites
yes,
today.
you did. Well,
as
this
you
one
can
is
tell.
incorrect. Anyway, here we go. I like this play. I think it's a solid play. And the competition for that 5,000 is just so tough, especially there's so many rabbits in there that show a lot of speed. I like that this time the horse actually chased. She chased last time, so pretty good pace on the rail. And
that was a 4-horse duel last time out.
Correct. And so I like what ended up, and sure enough, the closers came. Our closers got up, which we thought would happen because of so much speed. There isn't that in here. I think that Carino's now up, gets the mount. He can recognize the situation. The horse doesn't have to have the lead. If somebody goes too fast, he could just sit back and take over. Horse fits the condition almost perfectly. Won the race in February, just past that March 7th, I believe, is March 8th is the date. So, yeah, like I said, it's a top play for me. And then I went to the 4. I've got 2 horses that are basically the same, the 2 and the 4. At least Kirt's got the 4 in second because he recognizes all the seconds on Wit 9. This horse will be coming late and has been running well. The figures are right there. Nobody was beating Funny Flowers in that one. And then Lady Got Away, who also likes to finish second. I think it might be a dead heat between the 2 and the 4. It'll be 7, dead heat, 2, 4. And she's been running well. So I'll go 7/2/4 dead heat. Kirt, go ahead.
All right, I'm just wondering how She's a Pontiac's going to do it, because there's speed in the 2 and 3, and even number 6, Eye Catching, has a little bit of foot. So going 7 furlongs, that turn comes quick. She's a Pontiac has to get out of the gate like a rocket to get positioning. So that's why I took inside horses. Lady Got Away, ran huge last time. Know what I mean? It ran even better because she went to the front and wired the field. So Lady Got Away, the last time she was going 7 furlongs, she was scratched at the gate. That was one of the late races and never came back last year, but was $3 on the board. I like Wit 9. Look at the 3 horses that beat it. Funny Flowers, and then before that, Caramia Mine, Wire to Wire, and then before that, Tough Enough to Start, Wire to Wire. Those are 3 real toughies. This is an easier spot for Wit 9. If they all want to go battle, Lady Got Away, Sharp Contrast, and She's a Pontiac, watch for Wit 9 to come absolutely smoking down the lane. And I also took number 1, Wit's Question, draws the inside in here. The inside is a huge advantage going 7 furlongs. And the horse has the perfect running style, has a little bit of early speed to stay in contention, but a rail hugging trip, could get through at the head of the lane and be a big player. So I took 2, 4, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. Again, going 7 furlongs stretch. Who do you have in the nightcap?
Well, we have to determine which factored in will show up. If the factor in that showed up last time that toyed with the field, race over. The horse that I bet 2 races back was a little flat. I'm hoping the confidence is back. If the confidence is back after the last big effort, the horse is going to be really tough to beat. Should make that move and then take over. I think the only horse that could potentially beat him would be the 7. Yes, it's going to be 3 wins in a row. It is a bigger class rise in here, but I don't, from the non-2, does have 6 wins lifetime at least. I don't see lots of speed in here. We've seen how well this horse gets brave on the front end. Could basically go gate to wire if they let him go, and then watch out. And then my third one, if the 5 can't really compete with the 2, but I've got the horse kind of the best of the rest. So I've got a 2-7-5. Kirt?
Yeah, this is my best bet of the day factored in. Flat race, 2 outs to go. Last time out, I didn't give him as much respect, but he won so easily in there. So I think maybe they have found the key for this horse. Stanley Chady Jr. sticks with the horse, which I really like. Twitching Barnes from the Murray Duncan barn over to the Tom Gardepy Jr. barn. I think he's a 5,000 solid horse in here. Ran a good couple seconds, now coming back into himself. So I like factored in to win it. I also like number 4, Wits Hurricane, as a little bit of a long shot. As there is a little bit of speed in here, factored in, Maddie's Pro. Delta Reward can show some, and Thin Line for sure can pack double time to the outside. So again, an outside horse, not a big winning position going the 7 furlongs, has to get the right kind of trip. So I think Wits Hurricane has no speed, will late rally into a pace. So I think that horse has a little bit of a shot. And I like number 5, Delta Reward, ran second to factored in. I expect to go off as a big favorite. So you got to like Delta Reward with that race last time out. So I'm 2, 4, and 5. Good luck with all your selections this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card of racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, our featured race on the card, the 91st running of the Winnipeg Futurity, just the lone overweight, which is on your television monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2, there are no changes. Turning your programs to race number 3, the Bridgeport Office Solutions race, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, just over $228,000. It should surpass the guarantee of $250,000, but if it doesn't, and you are the lone winning ticket, you will take home $250,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Again, just a lone overweight on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5, the First General Property Restoration Specialist Winnipeg race. Again, just some overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Again, just one overweight, and it's on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our Jackpot High 5 race of the evening. Just the lone overweight, and that Jackpot High 5 carryover just over $20,800. Okay, Stretch, I know you got something for this one. What are you, blowing me away?
Oh, this is mainly sunny. I like the positivity. Everybody goes, mainly cloudy. Well,
that's mainly stretchy.
Mainly stretchy today. There we go.
Okay, under mainly stretchy skies, the temperature 20 degrees Celsius or 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast. Fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card of racing, and we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1, the 91st running of the Winnipeg Futurity for 2-year-olds in 16 minutes. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the Wednesday card of racing with our featured race, the 91st running of the Winnipeg Futurity for 2-year-olds. They're going to go 6 furlong stretch, 1 to 9 on one of your favorites here, Diamond Digger.
He is, as mentioned on the show, and even throughout the meet, every time he runs, I thought he was getting better and improving, and the best 2-year-old on the grounds, and you'll see when he walks around. Once Jake finds him, once he gets out walking around, you're going to see how big he is. Everybody up close at the paddock, take a good look. He looks like an amazing thoroughbred out there. I thought that him going longer was even going to help even more. He had trouble 2 back and had no problem last time. He went to the lead and got in a duel, and then just kind of finished up strong, going that extra half furlong. So for me, he's going to be tough to beat. There are enough unknowns. He is 1 to 9. There's 1 to 9s that win, and we'll get into that after, but there's enough unknowns in here with a couple horses that could improve. And so, anything to add on the one at all?
No, Diamond Digger's done everything right. Let's talk about number 4, Cordillera, both of our second picks here. First time out, I really like the way this horse ran. I gave him no respect in there and ran good against Bankin' on Betty. Bankin' on Betty had 2 starts and was shelved for the year, but both of them were winning efforts and impressively. And this horse pressed every step of the way and tired late down the lane, only got beat by 3. I thought the horse would improve off that start, and last time ran a really good stalking effort and drew off easily to win by 2 3/4. I think fits very well in this race.
Absolutely. That's why it's my second pick. And yeah, we've talked about the improvement. Marvin gave the horse a bit of a maintenance work, a slow work, because he's not trying to put speed into this horse. He knows the best chances for this filly is to come off the pace. It's not going to, if he gets in an all-out duel with the 1, it's probably not a good thing.
Yeah, then he has absolutely no shot. Our third selection in here, number 5, Favorite. First 2 times this horse ran, terrible breaks out of the gate, lost the rider first time, reared and spotted the field many, but liked this horse a lot because it showed a ton of late run down the lane. It was back by 20, lost by 10, and it ran second to Bankin' on Betty, and then came back in the Osiris and ran that good second against Diamond Digger. Definitely a big player to run first or second again today.
Yeah, again, she's going to be a nice filly. Just unfortunate who she's had to run against. Great running style, great horse to own. She's going to be picking up checks always because of this. Doesn't have to worry about getting caught in a duel. The only negative is if horses get loose on her, but she looks good too. I'm looking forward to seeing how she runs today and next year too.
Yeah, definitely another horse to look at in here. Number 2, Kitten. First time out was beaten by Diamond Digger by some almost 9 lengths, 8 1/4. Then came back and was the favorite against Cordillera, banged it out on the front end, ran second. Dwight Lewis was on. Now you get the leading rider, Jorge Carreño. Do you think Kitten's going to go bang it out on the lead, or do you think it comes off the pace?
Well, I think she probably is going. We've seen her run showing speed in both starts, more speed the second start. You have a little bit faster work. I would think that she's probably going to have to be close to the lead. Maybe she'll try to steal it. I don't think it's possible, but I think she's more of a speed horse.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Shelley Brown having 2 in here, the other being the 5. The 5's the rallier, the 2's the speed horse. If you're going to beat Diamond Digger, you got to send 1 after it. And the other horse we haven't talked about yet, number 3, Thirsty Ears. I said last time out, throw out that first race that the horse ran. Expect a little more next time. They took the blinkers off, and that really improved this horse off that first start and showed great speed.
She did. I would expect a similar race, a similar improvement. I just don't know if it's enough improvement to beat some of these, but again, yeah, she's definitely going to be running better, and she's going to give a good account of herself for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think she is going to show herself for the first at least 4 or 5 furlongs and show speed like she did, but this is a tough field. Okay, Stretch, 1 to 9 on the board. What do these horses do besides take a lot of money in the win pool?
They take a lot of money, so these are good horses to take a look at. I don't have the stats. We talked off camera about the 1 to 9, thinking maybe around 85%, 80 to 85% they win. And
95%, I think, in the top 3. Now, going on that, 1 to 9, what if there's a bridge jumper bet, meaning a super huge amount of money just to show on the 1? Is it a good bet?
It's not a good bet to show on the 1. A great bet, which I think is one of the better bets in all of racing, is to bet show on somebody else. Because even if, let's say, the 4, for example, you bet it to show, even if the 1 runs in, you still get paid, not as much. But if let's say, in this case, the 1 gets in a big duel and can't handle the distance, runs out, right now there's 98% of the money on Diamond Digger with 23,000.
Wow.
So you're looking at $60, $70 to show on a $2 bet. I'm not saying that the horse is going to run out, but that's where I always throw in a few dollars on my second choice, and that's what I'll be doing in here.
And I think that 5%, it does play out there every now and then. I remember a harness race that I bet on, a big show bet where there was a 1-1A, 1X, there was 3 of them, and it had about 95% of the pool, and I got $30 to show, and I had $100 to show on the winner, and it only paid $9 to win. So in all saying that, let's go to our bets here in race number 1, Stretch. What do you got?
Should I just
look at you? You're going to my world.
I am in your world. Or should I just bet the 20 to show on the 4? Maybe add that as a bet there, Adam. 20 to show on the 4. But my $10 tri wheel, small chance because of the payment would be so much higher. 1-4 with the 5.
And myself, I'm going a $10 tractor wheel, 1 on top with the 4, with the 2-5 for third. Look at that quick switch for Stretch. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present the field here in race number 1. It's the 91st running of the Winnipeg Futurity. 4 2-year-olds are going to go 6 furlongs for $35,000. Number 1 is Diamond Digger, owned by the Young and the Rest of Us, trained by Michael Nault with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Kitten, owned by Shelley Brown, Harvey Warner, Gene McEwen, Steve Holborn, B&J Stable, and Oslin Bell, trained by Shelley Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Thirsty Ears, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Cordillera, owned by Arnold Suster, trained by Martin Buffalo with Sheldon Chickeness. Rounding out the field is number 5, Favorite, owned by Shelley Brown, B&J Stable, Oslin Bell, and Steve Holborn, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Post time for race number 1, the 91st running of the Winnipeg Futurity. They go to post in 4 minutes. now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Kicking the Wednesday off with 6 furlongs for the best 2-year-olds, going 6 furlongs, and there's a potential superstar. I think there's a couple in here. The one is the 1 to 9. You're not going to make any money there betting that horse to win. Who can maybe run second or a small upset? I think it's the 4. The 4 has only had 2 starts. Her second start was very good improvement, maybe a little bit more improvement. Might give the 1 a bit of a challenge. And you can always trust the 5 to be there. So I've got it 1, 4, 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 1, Diamond Digger. Draws the inside in here and has good tactical speed. Has done no wrong, 1 3 in a row. Looking for 4. My exactor's the same as yours. I like the 4, Cordillera. Big race last time out to draw off to win. But with an off-the-pace running style, I think the 1, 2, and 3 all have early footing here. So it could set it up for the closers, which are the 4 and 5. Good luck here in race 1. Time. Kitten will lead the 2-year-olds into the starting gate. Next in, Diamond Digger, the current 1 to 9 choice. From the middle, Thirsty Ears set to go in. Now just 2 left to load. Cordillera. And waiting on favorite on the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off in the 91st running of the Winnipeg Futurity. From the inside, Thirsty Ears. Quickly away, but as is Diamond Digger. These two set to do some early battling. The in third, favorite on the outside, moving up in between horses, Cordillera. And making a move on the outside, favorite, and the trailer is now Thirsty Ears. Opening quarter, 24 seconds, and it's Diamond Digger on the inside. Kitten putting on the pressure. Settle back in third, Cordillera with favorite on the outside in fourth, and the trailer now Thirsty Ears. Diamond Digger cuts the half in 47 3 and will hit the lane with the lead by 2.5. Coming up the inside, Cordillera battling back, Kitten in between horses. Favorite on the outside with some good late run, but it's Diamond Digger. Undefeated, 4 in a row, takes the 91st running of the Winnipeg Futurity. Favorite is second best, third goes to Kitten, and fourth to Cordillera. The Stewarts have posted number 1, Diamond Digger, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Favorite. Third to number 2, Kitten. And fourth to number 4, Cordillera. They went the opening quarter, 24 seconds. The half, 47 3. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13 4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the 91st running of the Winnipeg Futurity, that's number 1, Diamond Digger. Diamond Digger is a dark bay or brown gelding, 2 years old, by Violence, out of the mare Prayer Bell by Pulpit, owned by the Young and the Rest of Us, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13 4. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand our CEO, Darren Dunn, to make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. And if you want to keep in touch with ASD promotions and upcoming events, all you got to do is subscribe to the free weekly e-newsletter called The Insider. Sign up on the Downs website at asdowns.com. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have a $3,500 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlong stretch. Diamond Digger looked even more impressive today than last time in the Osiris.
Agree. I think that was her best looking performance. She gets bigger or the others get smaller because she towers, or he towers over the other ones at this age already. You look at them and just, when the 2 was there and then the 4 came up on the rail and you could just see the size difference. Do you have any insight on if Diamond's going to Century or anywhere else? Do you know?
No, I haven't heard anything from the group. I'm figuring that they'll shelf for the year and wait until next year.
Okay, it'll be interesting to see. 4 for 4. All right, let's move on to the second. We will not have a 1 to 9 shot in here. It is a tricky race. I'm going to start with, in fact, the longest shot on the board. Good news, they're testing out some new cameras and stuff, so we've got Beth's brother on camera today. So Beth's brother, could you find the 5 horse for me? And you got it, look at that.
Yeah,
That's
he's got
impressive.
it.
He's got it right there, Jared Brown. Now we bet this, we played this horse last time because 2 back was some trouble. It shows the troubled line. And then last time had a nice wide trip. Yes, it was for 5, non-4. Do you think it's an equivalent move, the same lateral move, or do you think it's a raise up in class?
I think it's a raise up in class going to the open company out of those conditions.
Okay, that's fair. And then, but if you do go back, this horse was in for 75. It ran 5th beaten 6, was the favorite, wasn't running well. I think the horse has figured it out the last couple starts after that not so good mile race. I think a similar race puts this horse right there against some of the others that are running all right. I just think I'm getting the value. So we talked about value the other day. I think 10 to 1 is good value with the horse that I think would win this at least 1 in 10 times.
Oh, yeah, definitely. The value is there. But I went to the inside here, number 1, Bella Galena. I think Cara Mia Mine for sure is the speed. That's why it's even money. But there is a couple other horses that can show early foot. Number 4, Wits Gatto, and number 3, Hey Hey Runaway. Even Anwara can. But I'm not sure if they're going to go to the lead today with the other speed that's in here. So Cara Mia Mine, I think it's going to set up for a horse sitting just off of it. And that's why I went to Bella Galena, off 6 weeks coming in. But back-to-back good races before that, beat Hey Hey Runaway easily by a length of 3/4. The comeback race jumped up to the $5,000 level, and that was Gold Diggin' Darlin', who went wire to wire off a soft early fraction. And that was 2 in a row for Gold Diggin' Darlin'. So Bella Galena now has the time off, has a freshened work coming in. Just an easy 3 furlongs in 38. She is a great stalker that draws the inside, and she definitely has a good kick down the lane. And 5.5, she absolutely loves it. Half of her wins have come at the distance.
Yeah, no, good call. My second selection is the 3, as is yours. I thought this was one of the just such a good ride. Carino just got out of the duel and dropped back and then circled around to win. I think if he had got stuck in that duel, he may not have won the race. She has speed, but obviously clearly very versatile. Wins races, 19 of 31 at ASD in the top 3. Maybe only the 2 of 19 at the distance, but after that last race, I was impressed on how the horse showed speed, realized couldn't, and still decided some horses after they kind of check, I won't say this was a check, but decide not to run. She had no problem circling and took over.
Yeah, that was interesting. She was in a 4-horse duel. She had the rail, but noticed that maybe she wasn't as effective battling with them. So Jorge Carreno pulled back, and then, as Stretch said, went all the way to the outside and just got up in the final jump to beat Wits Gatto. So this horse definitely showed versatility. Number 4, Wits Gatto, has also had a good year, 4 for 6 in the money. Only 1 win and 1 second, but the horse does come to play each and every time.
Absolutely. Now, I'm with you there. Anwara, Did I get it right that way?
Yep, you got it right this time.
All right. I'm glad. Hopefully you missed ASD Live on that one. Wasn't even close. Showed speed last time. Won't be showing speed this time, I don't think. I like when Sheldon tried something on this horse. I really think this horse will be coming off the pace. The horse runs better off the pace. Has 3 wins this year. My only little bit of a downfall was 14 starts already this year. Might be getting a little race tired on there, but certainly, again, there's your value. Morning line 3-1, 7-1 on the board right now.
Yeah, look at those 3 early races by Anwara after coming from Fawner, the sprint races. Got the win first time out, lost to West Princess when it had the lead and got caught, and then won again in the very next start for 75, then went the route races. So I expect Anwara to come off of it again today, probably sitting right in behind that early speed. And Karamia Mine, the big 6-5 favorite, both of us don't have it right now. Obviously, the public thinks this horse can clear and do the same thing it did last time out.
Yeah, for sure. That just tells you how wide open this race is. We've got 4 of the 5. We've talked about we didn't have Wits, but Wits can certainly be there. And then Karamia, like you said, is the favorite. Yeah, you're right. This horse certainly can clear, and that we know what her running style is, and that's absolutely get to the lead and try to go gate to wire.
Yeah, the last time Karamia Mine and Wits Gatto met 3 outs ago, Wits Gatto did not go to the front in there, and that gave Karamia Mine a loose and easy lead, and it ended up going wire to wire. But when it got pressured the next time out, and Medium Mendacity won easy, Hey Runaway went absolutely flying by late and did run second beat in 5, but was much second the best in there. So after saying all that, we're all both thinking this is wide open here in the second race. Let's go to our bets here in race 2, Stretch. What do you got?
Look,
hey, that looks pretty familiar.
We've got a match race, Kurt. We've got a match race. We are going for the match. We'll decide after if I win what I win. $10 to win on 5, 20 place on 5. That's my bit of price horse. I'm at 7-1. Kurt, you've got a price too.
Okay, how about the winner buys dinner tonight?
Deal.
Okay, I got 10 win on 1, 20 to place on 1. Bella Galena. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $11,000. Number 1 is Bella Galena, owned by K7 Racing Stable, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Anwara, owned by Robert Wilson, trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 3 is Hey Runaway, owned by TMS Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Wits Gatto, owned by Doug Judy and Carmen Mustard and Heather Todorek, trained by Doug Mustard with Caleb Pizarro. Number 5 is Lulu's Lightning, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 6, Karamia Mine, owned by Blair Kidd and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Sean Morin with Neville Stevenson. Post time for race number 2, 4 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we're going 5.5 furlongs, a little shorter than the last race. This is a wide open race. You can look at the board. You're going to get paid. I've got the 5 horses, my top selection. I think she's going to just sit just behind the speed and try to make that late run like she did last time. I think she's turned it around on form. You're going to get at least $12 or $13 if that horse crosses. The other one I like, who's going to be near the lead, that's the 3. And then another long shot you might get in there is the 2. So I've got it 5, 3, 2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I went to number 1, Bella Galena in here. Tom Gardapi Jr. does very well with his mares, and the last 2 races were great ones. Did beat the 3 Hey Hey Runaway 2 outs ago, but wasn't going to beat Gold Diggin' Darlin' last time out. Has had some time off in between, and I'm loving getting 6 to 1. I agree with the 2 and 3 underneath. For exactors, good luck here in the second.
Post time!
Bella Galena, the first one to go in the starting gate. Next up, Anwara. Hey, Runaway. The current favorite at 3-2 moves in. Witzgato's turn. Now just 2 left to load. Lulu's Lightning. And just waiting on Caribbean of Mine. Bella Galena fractious in the starting gate, as is Hey Runaway. Slight delay into the running of race number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to report, and this is second race. Scratch number 3, Hey Runaway. Once again, a late scratch to report, and this is second race. Scratch number 3, Hey Runaway. If you wagered on number 3, Hey Runaway, it will be a complete refund. If you use number 3, Hey Runaway, with the winner, number 1, Diamond Digger, in the first leg of the Daily Double, there will be a consolation payout. If you use number 3, Hey Runaway, in your early pick 3 or starting a pick 3 here in race number 2, you will get the favorite at post time. Late scratch here in the second, scratch number 3, Hey Runaway. Post time for the second, approximately 3 minutes away. Bella Galena gets ready to step up and in. Anwara, she's in. Next up, Witzgato. Now just 2 left to load. Lulu's Lightning. Lulu's Lightning getting a little extra help from the gate crew. Lulu's Lightning now in, and just waiting on the favorite at 7-5, Cara Mia Mine. They're all set, they're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Cara Mia Mine quickly shows her early speed. Bella Galena on the inside is going to be the stalker. Lulu's Lightning makes a 3-wide move in third. Moving up smartly from fourth is Witzgato, and Anwara is the early trailer. The opening quarter a slow 23-4, and it's Cara Mia Mine, nursed on the front end by a length and a half. Getting closer, Lulu's Lightning. 3 wide to Witzgato, and Anwara has pulled the trigger from the back, making a 4-wide bid. The trailer, Bella Galena, they hit the head of the lane. Cara Mia Mine, a short lead on the outside. Anwara full of run, and Anwara goes on by and is gonna take the second. Anwara by a length. Cara Mia Mine second best. Third's gonna go to Lulu's Lightning, and fourth to Witzgato. The Stewards are posted number 2, Anwara, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Cara Mia Mine. Third to number 5, Lulu's Lightning. And fourth to number 4, Witzgato. They went the opening quarter 23-4, the half 48-1. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 2, that's number 2, Anwara. Anwara is a dark bay or brown mare, 6 years old, by Leighton Heat. Out of the mare Ghost Shadow by Ghost Zapper. Owned by Robert Wilson, trained by Jerry Garno, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-4. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race, the Bridgeport Office Solutions race. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. We'll carry on with the changes in this evening's Pick 5. And there's no changes in race 4, 5, 6, or 7. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. $250,000 guaranteed. Starts right here in race 3. And take note, folks, that a chance to make some very big money continues every live race day. You are guaranteed $250,000 if you have the single winning ticket in the Jackpot Pick 5. This will continue Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 7:30 until the end of the race meet on September the 15th, or until $250,000 is won. Jackpot Pick 5 tickets are just 20 cents each. The ASD Jackpot Pick 5 starts here in race 3. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. Time to kick off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with a $2,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch and Wara back to her normal running style off the pace. Dead last and gets the job done into a slow pace.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to follow along. It's one race, so we'll have to wait and see a little bit, but I agree, coming from that far back, it wasn't almost basically lone speed or loose speed going those fractions, and it tells you at least they can close. So if you've got some closers the rest of the way, I wouldn't worry too much on the bias, but we'll have to wait and see. Kicking off, yes, the pick 5, we're closing in on that total. Should see it a little bit with about 4 or 5 minutes left in this race. I'm going to go with my top selection here. Don't like the price in the least, especially for this level, but it's the 6, Cyclone Dan. Has the same running style as the winner of the last race.
And Wara.
Thank you. I think that was a hint because I couldn't say the name, that you should have just played that one. A couple not top efforts. Those last 2 were not the best efforts. There was a bit of speed favoring on the 11th there. Last time was just far too far back. And then those other races against Purely Given, Hot Roddin is the key race. Why it doesn't bother me going 5.5, because was a little too far back, but that's Hot Roddin for 5, and you know how good he is for that level, especially the 5.5. So to be within half a length, that strengthens my top selection on the 6.
Yeah, Cyclone Dan, there's not a lot of speed in here, though. You got Empirical Data and Tally. I think Empirical Data could get loose in here, but we've seen Karamia Mine get loose. But the horse I'm going right back to, I picked it last time, number 5, Warren's Dirty Dancer. Ran a huge race 3 outs ago where the horse rallied from off the pace, then came back and went to the front. I didn't like that race, and they sizzled on that racetrack. Then came back with the stalking trip again and got the job done. I think Warren's Dirty Dancer is a solid $2,500 horse, and that win last time out was very good. So I look at Warren's Dirty Dancer, again getting odds about the same, currently 6-1 on the board for a stalking move, trying to fend off the late ralliers.
Yep, that's fair. It's not my top 4 horses, but I can understand your angle. We're both on the 2 for the exact same reason, as you mentioned. Maybe not lots of pace in here. We know the 2's going to the lead. I like that workout, a nice 4 furlong work that Tom put this horse in, and we get Kayla up. She's ridden this horse a bunch of times. She's won with this horse at least 2 times that I can see on the form there. She knows what she's got to do, right to the lead. 5 of 15 at 5.5. It's going to be catch me if you can. We'll see if this horse can go a little bit. This will give me a good idea based on the speed favoring. If she doesn't hang around at all, then I would really start weighing to watch out for the closers. So
yeah, I think Empirical Data will be able to slow down the early fractions in here, and that could be dangerous for the horse going all the way. Another horse to look at, number 1, Greeley Spirit, a good second place finish last time out to a horse dropping in from 5,000, Deadly Black Eagle, and just got denied, and that was going 5 furlongs. I think I like this 5.5 furlong distance much better. Did run a couple of second place finishes, only 2 wins out of 19 starts, but 12 for 19 in the money. And Greeley Spirit, that same kind of race as last time, definitely good enough to win this one.
Absolutely, yeah. The horse is sitting there. You know what you get with that horse, and you know kind of the figures, so you're not going to be really surprised on what he does. So yeah, you don't want to leave that horse out. If you want a safe show bet, that would be for sure my safe show bet in the field.
Okay, what do you think about number 3, Bunch of Cash? Did run a really good race last time out against Simple Man and Bacoli in the 25 non-winners of the year. That was kind of a wake-up call for Bunch of Cash, who did win the non-winners of the year against the Breeds earlier on. Can Bunch of Cash go forward off of that race?
There's one of those horses that kind of wakes up from time to time. If you look at those middle 3, you look at those horses, St. Geezy when it was at the top of his form, Top of the Rock, we know. Dublin, you see in the next race, or in a couple races anyway. Solid horses there. And then finally back where this horse belongs, that Simple Man was coming from Canterbury and had solid figures there. So there's no surprise with that horse winning. So to be within, the 3 lengths can be in the money.
Yeah, for sure. And number 4, Tally. This is a horse that did win the 15 non-winners of the year by a nose over the speedy Go Crow. Then came back, went route of ground both starts. And then last time out did get beat rather convincingly by Bunch of Cash by 4 3/4. Does offer a little speed to the race. Just not sure if he's going to go bang it out on the front end. I think he's better in a stalking role.
I agree. It's definitely a little better off the pace. It's interesting. You don't know what style that horse is going to go with today, and that potentially could change the race shape a little bit.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 3. Kicking off jackpot pick 5. Stretch, start us off.
All right, just a small pick 5. Just trying to build the bankroll. Hopefully a little more than I built it yesterday. I've got 1, 2, and 6 here, and then I've got everybody in the 4th, everybody in the 5th, keying the 7 that I like. That you've added it on now in your ticket there. And 2 and 7 in the 7th. For the people that want to win now and not wait for a couple hours, $10 exacta wheel 6 with 1, 2.
And myself, I went after the pick 5. I went 1, 2, 5, then the 2, 3, 6. I hit the all button in the 3rd leg as you did. Then I took 2, 4, 7 and I rounded out just keying the 2 factored in race 7. That'll cost you $32.40. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3. We'll see you back for race 4. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horses on the track for race number 3, the Bridgeport Office Solutions race. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Greeley's Spirit, owned and trained by Elton Dickey, Leroy Nelson aboard. Number 2 is Empirical Data, owned by 666 Ranch, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Caleb Pizarro. Number 3 is Bunch of Cash, owned by Kevin Sousa, trained by Elton Dickey with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Tally, owned by Ryan DeJarlis and Dwight Taylor, trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Warren's Dirty Dancer, owned by A-Team Farms, trained by Devin Gittins with Richard Mangley. Rounding out the field is number 6, Cyclone Dan, owned and trained by Jared Brown, Jorge Carreño in the saddle. The Bridgeport Office Solutions race here in race 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. They go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we're going 5.5. We've got Colts and Geldings. I'm going with the favorite. Hopefully the price goes a little bit higher. This horse will be sitting near the back of the pack, if not last. Don't get worried, because that's where he usually sits and then makes his big late run. He will have to try to catch the 2, who will probably be on the front early pace battle. If the horse gets a bit of pressure, backs up a little bit, the 6 can beat the 2, so that's why I've got it 6-2-1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I went long shot hunting in here. I went right back to number 5, Warren's Dirty Dancer. Looked really impressive last time out, drawing off to win. I think the horse has a good stalking role in here. I think the 2 is going to get forward on the front end and probably get loose in here. So I'm looking for 5 and 2. Good luck here in race number 3.
Post time!
Greeley Spirit has found his spot in the starting gate. Empirical Data now goes in. Next up, Bunch of Cash. Tally's turn. Now just 2 left to load. Warren's Dirty Dancer. And just waiting on the favorite at 4 to 5, Cyclone Dan. They're at the post. And they're off. Getting hung up in the gate, that's Warren's Dirty Dancer, who's going to spot the field. About 15 lengths. Straight to the lead, Empirical Data showing the speed, as is Tally on the outside. Bunch of Cash wants to come off of it in third. Greeley Spirit hugging the rail in fourth. Cyclone Dan back in fifth. Only 6 off of it today and well back to Warren's Dirty Dancer. 23-3 the opening quarter. Empirical Data and Tally battling it out. Bunch of Cash making the move 3 wide with Cyclone Dan 4 wide. Greeley Spirit looking for a spot on the inside, and Warren's Dirty Dancer made up an enormous amount of ground on the far outside. Cyclone Dan in between horses, Tally, but Cyclone Dan at the 16th pole has all the run and is gonna win by 3. Bunch of Cash second best. Warren's Dirty Dancer rallied for third. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets as Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 3. The Stewart's opposed to number 6, Cyclone Dan, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Bunch of Cash. Third to number 5, Warren's Dirty Dancer. A photograph to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23-3. The half 48 seconds. Time for the 5.5 furlongs. 106-3. Results of the photo show number 1, Greeley Spirit, finished in 4th. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 3, the Bridgeport Office Solutions race. The winner, number 6, Cyclone Dan. Cyclone Dan is a dark bear brown gelding, 7 years old, by Storm Victory. Out of the mare, The End of the Rainbow by Amaric. Owned and trained by Jared Brown. And ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-3. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, it was deemed that number 5, Warren's Dirty Dancer, did not receive a fair start. So you see that the order now 6-3-1-2. If you did bet on number 5, Warren's Dirty Dancer, it will be a complete refund. If you use it in your pick 3s and pick 5s, the favorite at post time will be substituted. Once again, number 5, Warren's Dirty Dancer, they did declare was not a fair start. So is a complete refund. And ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors is the inquiry tape from race number 3. This is the North Tower head-on shot. Pay special attention to the horse second from the outside. That's number 5, Warren's Dirty Dancer. And what you're looking for here, you guys, before you roll it, just put it back in the gate. What you're looking for is the handler in the gate raises his hand in the air, letting the horse go. So we're going to watch that closely. On number 5, if you can let it go now. And as you see, his hand is still there. Everybody else has their hands in the air. It just so happened that he made the move before he came out of the gate. So it was declared that he did not receive a fair start. There it is once again. So the official order of finish here in race number 3 was 6, 3, 1, and 2. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed. Pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. And we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in the pick 4. And there isn't any. No changes in race 5, 6, or 7. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed. Pick 4 wagering with the $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, you got it done with Cyclone Dan.
I did. He ran a nice race. He showed he had to kind of drop. And then you backdoored into the pick 5. Sometimes you need some racing luck. Just a really
I don't think I got the racing luck out of the starting gate because Warren, what a great race from almost 20 lengths out of it to get third.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely flying. And the reason why, now obviously the horse didn't get a fair start, that showed it with just the rules. And if Summers, oh darn, I would have had the trifecta with him in third, you can't refund, he could have had a better placing. So he could have been a little higher, maybe second, or you might think that he could have won. So therefore you have to refund everything. You can't just say, okay, he was third, we'll pay out the show bettors and not the win in place, just so everybody understands, I had the try and I didn't get it. So
yeah, all right, let's carry on to race number 4 here. Who do you like?
All right, I'm going to a closer, which obviously before the day, I don't know the track.
Yeah, I thought it might be Speedy again because I follow the Harrows and the tractor around every day.
Yeah, and so we saw the closers came the last couple races, so I'm happy about taking bad news in here, and that's the 6. My comments on ASD Live is I thought he was in another time zone, and then and it shows that he didn't get out that well, and so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and that's fine. I think he's going to be a little bit closer. He's not one of those, there's not much speed, but I think there's a lot of speed up front that it can come back to him. It is only 5.5, but last time at 5 he was closing late, gets that extra with at least a fair track. It's definitely, I don't believe it's speed favoring. It's at least a neutral minimum. And so that's why it's my top selection. Good replay to watch there for sure.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's a neutral track. I went to number 2, Strong Arm, your second selection. Strong Arm in the same race. Both of them got terrible starts, but Strong Arm, Stanley Chady Jr. tried to get back in the race quickly, so he had to start riding the horse real early. And then in the end, he only lost by a half a length, and that was going 5 furlongs. Now he's going 5.5. Yes, Strong Arm does have seconditis here at the Downs. 21 starts, 2 wins, but 9 second-place finishes. But I think with Double Yin's money and Pucker in here, they're going to set up a pretty good pace on the front end. So I'm thinking it's a closer also, so I like Strong Arm to get a good kick right in behind him.
Yep, that's fair. He's going to have to make that big move and hold off and pass them. And then because of that extra half furlong, I agree with you. I went to the 5 only because I think the 5 I watched last time kind of pressed a little bit outside after a second start, after his first start, after a bit of a layoff. Jared's pretty good on a third start. That's why I think he's not a completely one-dimensional, whereas the 3 is kind of a speed. How far can the horse go?
Yeah, Double Yin's money, I don't think he liked that 6 furlongs. The less half furlong is really going to help. I like number 3, Pucker also. This horse cleared Double Yin's money when he didn't want to go to the lead and he wanted to play stalker. But Pucker, after that race, if you watch that, Pucker did out-gallop Double Yin's money. So now it's Switch Barnes, comes off a really good race. Here's another one. If he gets loose, he can run really big. But let's go to our bets here in race number 4. Stretch, start it off as always.
Okay, here we go. We're going to start off with the long shot, just a $10 place on the 6 in case the speed keeps going. I've got 2 pick 4 tickets, which is very important why I've done this. First ticket, I've got 2, 5, 6 with all, wide open race possibly, with then 2, 7 in the 6, 2, 7 in the last. I've played a small ticket just in case there is a big favorite. And so that's why if the favorite wins the 5th, I'll get it twice and still make some money. So that small ticket is 2, 5, 6 with 5, with 2, 4, 7. I've added the 4 as my third choice with 2, 7. Total $100 with all those bets. Pick one if you want, or just go against me. Kirt?
All right, I'm just going to pick one, pick 4 in here. I'm taking 2, 3, and 6 in the first race, or in the 4th race here, then 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I'm taking 1, 2, 4, 6, and 7 in race 6. And I'm keying the 2-horse just factored in race number 7. That'll cost you $60. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1 is Cross Lake Proud, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Strong Arm, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is Pucker, owned by George Toronjo, trained by Will Toronjo with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Bevolution, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Dublin Yin's Money, owned by Ara Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 6, Bad News, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Richard Mangley. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Here in race 4, they go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
another 5.5 furlong race kicking off the pick four. Four of the 6 horses are all betting relatively equal. The speed horses are your 3 and the 5. I'm picking a closer because I think they're going to come back to the field. 6 will be trailing the field. Look at the back of the pack, and again, will be flying late. The other closer is the 2. He should be sitting a little bit closer, but he'll move first, and then potentially be 6, 2, and 5. Kirt.
Yeah, I see a big pace battle happening in here with the 3 and 5, so I did go to the 2 strong arm. 2 and 6 both had terrible breaks out of the gate last time out. 2 was used up as it was trying to get close and only lost by a half a length in the end. Ran absolutely huge, gets an extra half a furlong, will be sitting closer than bad news. So I took him on top, and I think the 3 and 6 to fill out my exactor. Good luck here in race 4.
time.
Cross Lake Proud, the first to step up and in. Strong Arm finds his spot. Bevolution, the next to go in. Dublin Yin's Money's turn. Now just 2 left to load. On the outside, Bad News. And now just waiting on the co-favorite, Pucker. And the field will be set. They're at the post. Cross Lake Proud, a little fractious. And they're off. Stumbling at the start was Pucker, unseating rider Antonio Whitehall. Dublin Yin's Money shows the early speed with Strong Arm. In between horses on the rail, Cross Lake Proud. Watching the 3, that's Bevolution. Back in 4th, and Bad News is the early trailer. The opening quarter, 23-2. On the inside, Strong Arm. On the outside, Dublin Yin's Money. Cross Lake Proud now fading back 4 lengths in 3rd. 4th on the inside, Bevolution and Bad News. Starting to roll from the back of the field. They hit the head of the lane, and Strong Arm has a nose in front through a half in 47-1. Dublin Yin's Money not giving up and now pulling away by a head. Rallying on the outside, Bad News tried to scoop them all, and Bad News is gonna do it. Dublin Yin's Money second best, very close for 3rd between Strong Arm and Bevolution. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 4. The Stewart's opposed to number 6, Bad News, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Dublin Yin's Money. Third to number 4, Bevolution. And fourth to number 2, Strong Arm. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 47-1. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 4, that's number 6, Bad News. Bad News is a chestnut gelding, 3 years old by Exaggerator, out of the mare Harlan's Partner by Harlan's Holiday. Owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, and ridden to unofficial victory by Richard Mangley. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-2. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards are removing the inquiry sign off the board. 654 will become official. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors is the inquiry tape from race number 4. Pay special attention to number 3 in the middle. That's Pucker with jockey Antonio Whitehall. This is the North Tower head-on shot. And as you see, the horse just stumbles coming out of the gate, unseating Antonio Whitehall, and thus there was no change. In the upcoming 5th race, there are no changes. The First General Property Restoration Specialist Winnipeg race. They'll go to post in 17 minutes. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5 for this $5,000 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, bad news, much better race today.
Yeah, a little closer. We see that you can see that you can close a little bit in here, and I disagree when you say bad news. I felt it was good news for me.
Well, it was in the end. Strong arm there. An unusual, ended up going to the front with pucker, unseating rider Antonio Whitehall. He thought his best chance was on the front end, but pretty well all that did was set it up for bad news to scoop them all late.
Yeah, make note of that for strong arm maybe if they run next week. Here we go, race 5. We've got a big favorite. Kind of the odds are surprising me a little bit on a couple of them. I expected the 5 to be the favorite. It is my top selection. I actually don't like going with this type of horse. I'll stand by it and leave it up there. Most likely, I don't know. The horse is dropping in class. There are some figures that says she can win. The couple races early on, the Chantilly and the Sail to, where was the Sail to? What was the first?
Sail to France.
It was Sail to France. Okay. Those are good races. Those are good. If she runs back to that, she would win the race. The last race was against the boys. Maybe she didn't like the boys that much, so I'm giving her that. It's a tough race. I commented on the ASD Live that all 6 on their best race, they could win this with their best race. So, excuse me, whoever steps up.
Yeah, we seen Mission Reality yesterday drop in from the allowance condition down into the 5 non-2, went off it to 1-2, and ended up getting the job done. But at least Mission Reality showed really good late run in her last start. But I haven't seen that out of Fire on Command this year. One of those really good races. Those early ones were okay, but nothing spectacular. And the later ones just was right there right until about the mid-turn and then started backing out of it. So Fire on Command, I wouldn't take this horse at even money today. I went for a long shot in here that's taken all kinds of money. Number 3, Outclassed You. Here's a horse that was dead last time out, and it didn't look like it was even going to make the race. I started backing up around the turn, but then hit the head of the lane. This horse absolutely came flying and ended up getting beat by 3 in the end as Storm Squall and Home Early Shirley ran around the track together. If there is a pace battle today between Remy Rising Star, Home Early Shirley, even throw in Fire on Command, then I think the ralliers can get there and Outclassed You. 5-2, a little low on the odds, but definitely off that last race is bettable against these.
Yeah, that race was, like you said, it was sneaky improved effort on that. I'm with you. That's why I do have her in 3rd choice. My other one I went with was Remy Rising Star. I like the distance. If you look back at the July 20th race, that's the race I want to see her run. She can sit back. The slop race, I didn't like that. It didn't look like she gripped it. The other one, she tried to stay too close. And when horses try to do something they're not used to or don't get to relax, it doesn't go well for them. So I've got to give her another chance. You've got Murray Duncan, who is training as well as anybody with the limited starters. So that's why I've got her my 2nd choice.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 4, Chickle Sparks, getting 8-1 right now. Great race 2 outs ago. Only lost by a half a length and got in trouble that race. Last time out, they were not going to beat Truly and Terrific, but I like the way that this horse made a middle move to go after Truly and Terrific. And then that race was over. She just kept on going. And I said earlier on ASD Live, if Truly and Terrific was in this race, would be 1-9 against these. So getting 8-1 right now, huge bargain on the board.
Absolutely. And then you've got the bookends, the 1 and the 6. The 1's the closer, which kind of sets it up there. We've made money cashing on closing. This might be her track, and then the 6 is the speed. It's just a matter of how far she can go, going a little bit longer than she likes, but you never know.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, start it off.
Just like yourself, I think we both...
Holy crow, what are we, the Bobsey twins today?
Well, not quite the same, but the same types of bets. I think we both see it the same way. It's a wide open race. I've got a $3 exacta box, 2, 3, and 5.
For $18, and I got a $3 exactor box, 2, 3, and 4. For $18, good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5, the First General Property Restoration Specialist Winnipeg race. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,500. Number 1 is I Am Anya, owned by Devin Gittins and Gregoire Valez, trained by Devin Gittins with Richard Mangley. Number 2 is Remy Rising Star, owned by Gerald Babchishin, trained by Murray Duncan with Nyrone Austin. Number 3 is Outclassed You, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Answer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Chickle Sparks, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Taranjo with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Fire on Command, owned by Shelley Brown and Steve Holborn, trained by Shelley Brown with Caleb Pizarro. Rounding out the field is number 6, Home Early Shirley, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Post time for race number 5, 3 minutes away. Oh, how many?
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, fillies going 6 furlongs. You can see that the 5 is the current favorite, but everybody's a contender according to the public. Wide open. I don't think the 5 is a standout at all. A couple value plays maybe is Remy Rising Star, the 2. I think this horse is going to use that closing style that she had a few races back when she won. I think she can repeat that. The speed of the race is the 6 on the outside. It's just a matter of how far she can go. And then the 3 is the sleeper that opened with some early money, and now it's going up in odds. So I've got it 5-2-3, but wide open. Kirt?
Well, Stretch, you pretty well said every horse in the race. I think it's wide open also. I went to the 3, outclassed you just by the way this horse finished last time with a really good late run and gets more distance. I also like a stalker, number 4, Chickle Sparks. So we pretty well covered the whole field, but I'm going 3 and 4. Good luck here in race 5. The first one to load. Remy Rising Star now set to go in. Outclassed You's turn. Chickle Sparks will be next. Just 2 left to load. Fire on command. And just waiting on home, Early Shirley. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, home Early Shirley. Sent hard to grab the early lead, and she will get it by a length. Outclassed you. Shows speed today. And goes up to engage home Early Shirley, and now takes over as the leader. Settle back in third, Chickle Sparks. Fire on command, fourth on the outside. 2 more lengths back to Remy Rising Star, and I Am Anya. I can see them all. About 7 off the lead. 23-3 the opening quarter, and it's outclassed you. And home Early Shirley. They're battling it out. Chickle Sparks still waiting patiently behind them. In third, moving 4 wide. Fire on command, the half. 47-2. They hit the head of the lane. 4 across the track. Fire on command takes the lead. The rail opens up for Remy Rising Star. But Fire on command now starts to draw away at the 16th pole. Fire on command, just too good for them. I Am Anya rally for second. Third goes to home Early Shirley, and fourth to Chickle Sparks. The stewards of post to number 5, Fire on Command as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, I Am Anya. A photograph has been called to determine the show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 47-2. Time for the 6 furlongs, 114-2. Also the photo, show number 6, home Early Shirley. Finishing third, fourth goes to number 4, Chickle Sparks. Now entering the winner's enclosure, The official winner here in race 5, that's number 5, Fire on Command. Fire on Command is a bay filly, 3 years old by firing line, out of the mare Pristina by Purim. Owned by Shelley Brown and Steve Holborn. Trained by Shelley Brown and ridden to victory by Kayla Pizarro. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14 and 2. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. There are no changes. Kicking off late double wagering here in race 6. And take note, there's 140 VLTs for your enjoyment every day in the Club West Gaming Lounge. That's located on the 2nd level, and they are open from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. The 2nd level is Turning your programs back to race number 5, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was your race winner, number 5, Fire on Command, claimed by Arnold Suster, trainer Marvin Buffalo. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We have a $2,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7 furlongs. We'll give you a TVG update after 5 races. Race number 1, we had the 2-year-old stake race, wire to wire, the 1-9 favorite Diamond Digger. But since then, it's been all closers getting the job done in race 2, 3, 4, and 5. Stretch in saying that, who do you like here in race 6?
Well, I'm a little hesitant here. I do have the outside horse, the 7. She's a Pontiac. I like the drop. I think gets out of having to race some of these top horses. That Commando Comet is an absolute rabbit, especially for the 5,000 level. It was also in the last race, September 1st, when there was a big duel up front. This horse ran at least evenly throughout. You basically using your rule, like to be within about 5 lengths. I don't think the horse has to have the lead, but I think the horse is going to sit very close. And depending on maybe if the 3-horse goes or the 2-horse goes, this horse could get a dream trip. I don't want to see a 3 or 4 wide duel, obviously. If that's the case, then you better find the closers. And yeah, so I think the 7 with the right trip can win it. Don't like the price, but right now it's still my top pick.
Yeah, we'll really need a good trip in here because I think the 2 Lady Got Away, the 3 Sharp Contrast, both have speed, and even Eye Catching has shown speed in the past. She's a Pontiac, has gone to the front in almost every start, except for 2 outs ago, where the horse just took back right off the get-go and never got any runs. So this horse has to be forwardly placed. I ended up going to number 2, Lady Got Away. She just been showing good races, and she is very lightly raced. 3 consecutive second-place finishes, all at this same level. Now she stretches around 2 turns for the first time. But I just like how she runs. Lost to Know What I Meana, who ended up going wire to wire and beat Lulu's Lightning, who came back to win. And then today ran a 3rd place finish. Wits Dadalink got the jump after Lady Got Away battled every step of the way. And then it was Wits Gatto who went wire to wire before that. So Lady Got Away, I think this horse can get some good positioning in here with the inside and not a lot of speed with Wits Question going after the lead. So I think maybe a dream trip on the 2.
Potentially. If there is the duel, which now is the second choice, is the 4. That's why I have both horses selected, 2 different running styles. Wit 9, you know you're going to get a closer. This horse sits back and closes late. A few too many seconds for me. That's why I've got the horse in listed as 2nd. Seems to get up. Funny Flowers was a standout there. Karamia Mine is a speed horse that went gate to wire. So this horse does need the duel. Play the right type of track today for sure. So you can't leave that horse out. If you're a place or show player, that might be your horse.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 1, Wits Question. This horse ran 2 big races, ran a big race 3 outs ago as it battled with Tough Enough to Start, trying to set it up for Wit 9, and ended up tiring the next time, stalked, and ran a good race against Beautiful Babe that was the big favorite, and Hidden Dreams, the eventual winner. Last time out was sprinting, and that's not her best distance, but she ran 2nd to Truly and Terrific, who was just amazing going wire to wire that day. So Wits Question, with that inside draw, that's always important going 7 furlongs. This can definitely be a big one at 15 to 1.
Yeah, if you're looking for the long shots for sure, when in doubt, go to the rail for especially the 7 furlong races. The Eye Catching is the other dropper. We didn't select it.
I think the horse should be dropping. You just don't know what to get with her this year. She had a couple wins last year. Might just not be her year. She hasn't really been seen to pass any horses, but at least she's getting a class relief.
Yeah, definitely is. There's no West Princess or Camano Common in this race. Even Medina Rapids was taking the big drop that day. Now this horse goes into the non-winners of the year. If you look back to last year, near the end of the year, this horse ran some huge races. One against Lady Got Away where it ran 5th, but then came back to win by a head and then lost only by 3/4 of a length to the loose Simply Fabulous. So eye-catching, another long shot, but 8-1. If this horse does wake up, definitely good enough to win.
Yep, for sure.
Okay, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, you start us off.
All right, we're going with the trifecta wheel. I mentioned on ASD Live, I think 2 and 4 are going to dead heat for second, so they get it a few times because they both like to finish second a lot. Anyway, $3 tri wheel, 7 with 2-4, and it doesn't matter who's in third because I've got the all button.
And I'm going after the late daily double. I'm taking a $10 one, 2-4 with just the 2 in the last race. That's factored in, who I have keyed on pretty well all my tickets. Good luck here in race number 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Witt's Question, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno. with Sheldon Chickeness. Parading early was number 2, Lady Got Away, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Sharp Contrast, owned by Just for Kicks stable, trained by Sean Morin with Nyrone Austin. Number 4 is Wit 9, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Valente, owned by Villa K. Butler, trained by Alan Brown with Caleb Pizarro. Number 6 is Eye Catching, owned by Hardball Stable, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Stanley Chady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 7, She's a Pontiac, owned by Daryl Paranica and Wendy Anderson, trained by Wendy Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 6, 3 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, this time we're going 7 furlongs. That's 2 turns here at ASD, starting right near the front of the grandstand. I've got the 7 as my top selection. I don't like the price. This horse is going to need a good trip. I think Carino can recognize the situation and sit just off. Can't get caught 3 or 4 wide or be in big trouble. If gets that nice trip, makes the move, takes over, the class edge is the way to go. The closer would be the 4. Does like to finish second, but will get the trip. So I've got it 7-4-2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I went to number 2, Lady Got Away. A little bit of seconditis in the last 3 starts, but what she brings is tactical speed. And she does try all the way to the wire, and she is lightly raced late in the meet. So I put her on top. I like number 4, Wit 9 also, to do a good late rally. And take a look at number 1, Wit's Question. Draws rail, you get 11-1 on a hot rider as a late Sheldon Chickeness. Good luck here in race 6. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a late rider change in this sixth race. Number 5, Valente, is awaiting a late rider change. Once that rider becomes available, you will be informed, but there will be a late rider change on number 5, Valente. We now have that rider change for you. On number 5, Valente, will be Richard Mangley. That's Richard Mangley aboard number 5, Valente, here in race number 6. Now just 2 left to load. Sharp Contrast. And now just waiting on Lady Got Away. She's in and they're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Sharp Contrast shows good early speed and goes straight out to grab the early lead. On her outside, Eye Catching. Lady Got Away hugging the rail in third. On the outside, She's a Pontiac in fourth. Wit 9 moves up in fifth. And then a gap of 2 lengths back to the early trailers. That's Wit's Question and Valente. The opening quarter, 25 seconds. Sharp Contrast with the lead by a half a length. Eye Catching putting on good pressure in second. A gap of 2 lengths back to Lady Got Away on the rail. In between horses, Wit 9, 3 wide to She's a Pontiac. And now 4 lengths back to Wit's Question and Valente. The half, 49-2. Sharp Contrast still clinging to that lead by a length. To the outside, Eye Catching. Making that bid 2 wide, 3 wide, Wit 9. The rail is open for Lady Got Away. They hit the head of the lane. Poking a nose in front, Wit 9. Trying to battle back, Sharp Contrast. But it's Wit 9 at the 16th pole, pulling away. The battle is on for second. Lady Got Away looks like she might have bobbed at the wire between She's a Pontiac and Sharp Contrast. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Wit 9, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter, 25 seconds. The half, 49-2. 6 furlongs, 1:15-1. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:29-1. Results of the photo show number 7, She's a Pontiac. Finishing second. Third goes to number 2, Lady Got Away. And fourth to number 3, Sharp Contrast. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 6, that's number 4, Wit 9. Wit 9 is a bay filly, 4 years old, by Drums of Thunder, out of the mare Tate Hill by Graham Hall. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:29-1. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. There are no changes. Jackpot high five wagering. Here in race 7, they go to post in 17 minutes. And just a reminder, folks, about special dining opportunities on the weekend. Friday is steak night and Saturday is prime rib night. Both are just $24.95 and available from 4 till 8. Enjoy steak and prime rib this weekend. Reservations are not required. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. That are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Number 4, Witt's Hurricane. Make the jockey Richard Mangley. Stretch Witt 9, a nice rally. Seconditis is over.
Yeah, at least for that race. Yeah, it was a very good ride, nice move. Race didn't quite go exactly how I thought. I thought the 7 would be a little closer, but great ride by Antonio to get the win. And then I like seeing at least the 7 rallying late. So I like that horse.
To beat the other seconditis horse, Lady Got Away.
Yes, for sure. So Mitch has been, let's just discuss what we've been going online. We like to make it interactive, and we're calling it the poll or the pool or whatever. It's now been switched to the question of the day because I can't get it right, so they're being easy on me. So the question of the day was, what is your favorite spot to play the races? Kirt, I'll ask you first.
Well, if it's winter time, anywhere in the States at the track there, but if not, I'll play it at absolutely anywhere. Family function. As long as I have battery power in my phone, I am good to go.
Oh, bad story. I might have been playing the races at a friend's wedding once, sitting at the
I think I might have done that once or twice myself.
Anyway, so I agree. My favorite is obviously live at the racetrack, but the current pool right now, Sat, thanks everybody for joining in. Live at the races was 55%. At home, all alone, was 30%. And then the off-track betting location was 7%, and with friends at someone's place was only 6%. So I found it interesting. I'm with everybody too. The live, it doesn't get any better than that, watching the races live when you have a chance to.
No doubt about that.
Okay, here we go. Let's finish off strong. Finish off the week strong here. We are both alive in the pick 4. You're also alive in the pick 5.
And the late daily double, all to the 2.
All right, all in on the 2. Jake, let's find the 2 to help Kirt finish it off on the clean sweep. He backdoored the pick 5, I might add, if he gets it. But that's beside the point. Here we go. Factored in. Depends if you get the horse, what he ran last time, he is going to be so tough to beat. That was the race I expected. 2 back. 2 back was a little flat. We both agreed. There's other races for 5,000. The horse found a bit of trouble, and that's why I kept going back. Last race, they were going 7 furlongs, and you saw how tough it is to win from the post 7, and he won from out there quite handily. And so now Tom claims the horse. You know he can train, so he's put the horse right in the right spot, not really going in a big class rise.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect spot for Factored in. Double Time is on the outside, possesses speed, but I think Thin Line's going to show speed, and Matty's Pro, and even Factored in early on just to get positioning in the race. So I think Double Time isn't going to have the sweet lead that he has had in the last 2, and being able to slow down that first quarter in 25 and 25 and 2. He's going to have to run lights out, I think, out of the post 7 to get the job done. Yeah,
that's fair. I like to always make sure I've got speed on my tickets just in case. I do like the one good race was when he raced against Bite the Bullet Bro. Came off the pace, even that race from being wide. The horse has been running game. I just like horses at this time of year. I agree it's a tough challenge, but if somebody upset the 2, for me it was the 7 getting the lead on him. But
yeah, another horse I like in here, number 5, Delta Reward, finished second to Factored in last time out and had a second in the previous start. This horse didn't have a lot of experience going around 2 turns, but I really like that late move that it made, but Factored in was long gone. I expect it to be near the front, probably sitting in about 3rd or 4th. Maybe able to get down on the rail with Witt's Hurricane and Big Egypt having no speed at all. But Delta Reward obviously likes a distance after that last one, so you have to have him in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it was bet down last time, so you can't leave that horse out. A couple of the closers quickly. Witt's Hurricane, they have been closing today. That horse is at 15-1, only lost to Delta Reward by about a couple lengths. That's this time of year, they can turn it back and forth. If you get the favorite on top, maybe you get that 4 for 2nd or 3rd, and you get a good try price.
Well, he's pretty well the same as Big Egypt, and we've had a lot of speed favoring racetracks in the last 3 weeks. It's not speed favoring today, as the closers have got it done in every race but the 1-9 shot in the first. So both 1 and 4 deep ralliers definitely can get a piece of things in here. But let's go to our bets here, ending it off with a try.
Yes, I could adjust it a little bit, as you mentioned, on the speed, but I'm gonna leave it. I don't want to change it up. And the bet is going to be 2 and 7 on top, in case the 2 doesn't fire, 7 gets the lead, with 2, 4, 5, 7, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 on the bottom. I always like to add an extra long shot just in case. Happens to not be a long shot right now in the betting, but that's how I'm finishing off the week.
Well, I'm finishing it off all in on factored in. I'm taking the 2 on top with the 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, with the 1, 3, 4, 5, 7. That'll cost you 20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back Monday, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $9,800. Number 1 is Big Egypt, owned by Lane Bremner, trained by Lee Delaron with Nyrone Austin. Number 2 is Factored In, owned by 666 Ranch, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is Maddie's Pro, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Witt's Hurricane, owned by Mike Taranjo, trained by Lee Delaron with Richard Mangley. Number 5 is Delta Reward, owned by Mike Taranjo, trained by Lee Delaron with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Thin Line, owned by Black Diamond Stable, Lynn White, and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Leroy Nelson. Rounding out the field is number 7, Double Time, owned and trained by Steve Thompson. Sheldon Chickeness aboard. Post time for race 7, 4 minutes away.
now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, final race of the week, another 7 furlong race. 2 is the most likely winner. $1 to $2 or $3 is of no value at all, so we've got to look for some long shots. 7 is the speed, but with the track favoring closers, I'll give you a couple absolute bombs away that could finish in the trifecta, even with the 2 on top. That would be the one Big Egypt on the rail, may close late, and the other one, Witt's Hurricane, at 35 to win. Why not use those horses? 2 with the 1-4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I really like number 2 factored in. I think this horse, if it runs that same race as last time, is a walkaway winner as it shows on the tote board right now. At 1 to 2, I did like your long shot. Number 4, Witt's Hurricane, and you have to have number 5, Delta Reward, as it did run second last time to the 2 horse factored in. So I got 2, 4, and 5 to end off here in race 7. Good luck.
Post time!
It's Hurricane's turn as Big Egypt factored in and Matty's Pro all in the gate. Delta Reward's turn. Now just 2 left to load. Thin Line. And just waiting on double time. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, double time. Hurried hard to get the lead. and will get it comfortably by a length. On the outside, Thin Line goes to put on some early pressure. Settled back in third. That's going to be Maddie's Pro with Delta Award 4 off it in fourth. Then it's factored in fifth. 3 more back to Witt's Hurricane, and pulling up at the back of the field is Big Egypt. 24-4 the opening quarter. And Double Time and Thin Line still battling it out. Maddie's Pro stalking those two in third. Factored in 6 lengths off of it. On the outside in fourth with Delta Award. And then going to be Witt's Hurricane is the trailer, 48-4. A quick half mile, and it's Double Time now getting company once again as Maddie's Pro goes to engage. Starting to get motivated, factored in to the far outside. Witt's Hurricane, they're in steep stretch, and it's Double Time clinging to the lead. Maddie's Pro giving it one more shot at the 16th pole. Double Time digging in, factored in a late rally. Maddie's Pro gets up and gets it done. Second's going to go to Double Time. Third to Factored in. Fourth to Witt's Hurricane. And fifth to Delta Reward. The Stewart's supposed to number 3, Maddie's Pro, as your race winner. Second goes to number 7, Double Time. Third to number 2, Factored in. And fourth to number 4, Witt's Hurricane. They went the opening quarter 24-4. The half 48-4. 6 furlongs, 114-4. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 7, that's number 3, Maddie's Pro. Maddie's Pro is a chestnut gelding, 7 years old, by Run Production, out of the mare Madeleine by Medalist, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128-4. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno, who scores the hat trick. 3 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno.